We begin with a former China Championship semi-finalist. He reached the quarter-final with victory over former world champion Stuart Bingham last night, China's Li Hang. His opponent, a former world champion, who after a record-breaking season has already claimed the first 2 Home Nations events with victory in both the English and Northern Ireland Open. He is the world #1, the ace in the pack, Judd Trump.
Thank you. The first frame, Judd Trump to break.
Good afternoon and welcome to quarter-final number 2, and the man they all have to beat, Judd Trump, who for the past 2 years has been the world #1. The man that they all have to catch. He has a huge lead at the top of the rankings, and it's fully justified with the level of consistency he has shown. He's now won 24 best-of-7 frame matches in a row in these home nations, dating back to last season's Northern Ireland Open. Of course, now we're in best-of-9 frame territory with the usual interval after 4. But the way in which he's been able to maintain his levels of excellence week in, week out, even allowing for the defeat of the UK final against Neil Robertson, is extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, I think see the ball just go over the pocket there. It's okay for Judd. I think there's a gulf, isn't there, between the leading players now and some of the others, clearly. So if you're Judd or you're Ronnie O'Sullivan playing in these events, you know, you've always got to be on the main table, and you've got a chance. Everyone's got to work very hard to beat you. But you're absolutely right. You know, he's been very consistent. He's been putting players away, and in this best-of-7, I was saying yesterday, there was a time when best-of-7 was not even considered a proper snooker match, and not anything that would be a ranking event. Now they're the norm, and the better players have learnt to get out of the blocks quicker and win them. Judd's not lost one for a long time of these matches. Now we're on to a best-of-9 anyway. But, he's keeps producing the goods day in, day out.
So it's a tall order for Li Hang, but he's already had a great week, and he's shown plenty of resilience as well. In 3 of his 4 matches, he's been behind, facing defeat, just a frame away from losing. But he's managed to find a way back, including, of course, the previous round against Stuart Bingham, the Masters champion. And that was a big win for Li, because it confirmed his place in the top 32 on the one-year ranking list, and therefore a spot at next week's World Grand Prix here in Milton Keynes. So whatever happens today, it's been a very satisfactory week for Li. 3-1 down to Bingham at one stage.
That's a serious error from Judd Trump there. The black's a little out of commission, so whether he can make many, I don't know. But you're right, he scrambled enough points, basically, hasn't he? Judd's opponent, Li Hang, to get himself in that. It was such a battle, I think, at the end. There were so many players either side of the cut-off point who were on the same amount of money. So they had to go back through previous recent matches to see who would be in the 32 and out of the 32. And they know the numbers now, and as you say, that man's one of them. So he's done ever so well.
Yes, Graham Dott and Tepshire and New just missed out on what they call countback, based on the fact that they lost early in this event. Dot in the first round, Tepshire in the second, so hard
So-
lines for them, but for Li Hang, very good week. He has beaten Trump before,
8.
albeit a long time ago. The Wuxi Classic, 7 years ago. Judd Trump's victories have been much more recent. German Masters, World Grand Prix and Gibraltar Open in the last couple of years, all comfortable wins, but today is another day.
I think Li Hang is somebody, I think we've mentioned this before a couple of times. You see players out on the outside tables. You know, he's such a difficult man to beat when he's away from the cameras. Don't ask me why that is, but there have always been players like that all the time. You wouldn't want to play one of them old cubicles we used to play matches in with only room for enough spectators. Now, of course, there's no spectators anyway, but get him on the show table. He hasn't quite got the same level of form. But they used to say that about our own Joe Johnson, didn't they? That he couldn't play on the
21.
TV, and then he won the World Championship. That was the end of that nonsense.
$22.
Saw off Lu Honghao, 4-3. Matt Selt, 4-3. He was 3-2 behind in both of those, and then beat Noppon Sankam, who'd played so well to defeat John Higgins before that comeback victory over Bingham last evening. So he's got to come into this afternoon's match with plenty of confidence about the shape of his game.
28.
He is a former ranking semi-finalist. In fact, he had a great run when he made the last four of the China Championship in Guangzhou 3 years ago.
29. Yeah.
Beat a host of top players to get there. Neil Robertson, Michael White, Matthew Stevens, Mark Williams, and only just lost in that semi-final to the eventual winner of the tournament, Luca Brissell, 6-5. Playing at 37, he has been as high as 28 in the rankings.
Well, he played the most delicate of cannons on the right-hand red, but he didn't really catch it quite as thin as he ended up doing.
35.
So now things get a little more difficult from this point onwards.
$36.
Oh, no, he's not a very good place to end up, especially you couldn't even drop the blue in and land on a red by the bunch. I don't unless there's a plant there, so you're thinking probably the break is it's either ending on this shot or the one after. Hard to think how he could pot a colour in a red from here, unless, like I say, that plant is on. It's the only way, and he could play the blue. It's into the other pocket actually. That side, as you can see, there isn't a plant, but to the left corner, perhaps. Well, I'm going to find out because I think he's played on it. The two reds are
41.
how far apart? 4, 5, 6 centimetres, perhaps. And they're not in line, but you can make them in line by hitting the first red thicker than the potting angle would be on that red to bring the second one straightened up for the pot. So it's worth a go. The cube was in a good place to make the shot happen.
$42.
That's excellent. That's an excellent shot. Again, though, pink not exactly landing him on a red easily. Now he has got an awkward shot this time. Again, he's got a thin red to the middle, but how much do you fancy playing it?
48.
Doesn't want to throw away what's been a good lead by giving a chance straight back.
They hang 48.
So the break ends at 48 after Judd Trump looked to get in with a long red and missed. Good start though to settle the nerves for Lee. It's been a pretty serene run for Judd Trump so far. Some back at 4-1, Mark King 4-2, Liang, who played very well, particularly at the start of the match, 4-2. And then Mark Williams last evening, 4-1. And it wasn't about the big breaks for Trump last night against the 3-times world champion Williams. Just a pair of 60s from him. Williams made the century, but the quality of his tactical play was outstanding. He attempted 42 safety shots in that match and succeeded with 41 of them. Further evidence of what a complete player he now is.
Well, it's a very dangerous shot that he's played there. Goodness me. If you're going to play up the table, you've got to make sure you cover the red to the left of the blue, and especially if you've got this man as your opponent. It's not an easy starter, but we know that Trump can make things happen from not much. Not this time, though. Rather an odd setup of reds, really, isn't it? When you look at them all on that left side. Actually, every frame of snooker is different. You wouldn't see them over there very often, all those balls all spread out almost equally in distance. Goodness me, that's a dreadful shot. That really is. How has he ended up there? Could have finished, played 100 different ways. That's an absolutely abysmal shot. Frame's not over yet, I can tell you. Now he's on him now on this shot on the brown because of the previous shot. Can't afford to miss it.
They hang 1.
No. It was twice as difficult because absolutely no right to have been there.
It looked like a clear chance to take the opening frame. Now he's got a sweat on what Judd Trump does here.
1.
I know these are longer matches, but if you lose a frame like this at the beginning, it doesn't set you off on a very good footing. Similarly, if Trump could pinch it, he would feel pretty enthusiastic about the rest of it.
Six.
There was clearly conjecture as to whether Trump might withdraw from this event after the epic against Robertson in the UK final, which he came so close to winning. Just one pot away, really, with the black at his mercy had the pink gone in. But as you just heard in conversation with Andy, the reason he's here is because he loves playing, period. And he's not happy to be anywhere else when he's enjoying the game than doing what he does best. It's been another thoroughly professional performance throughout the week from Trump. No sign at all of the obvious disappointment he felt in just missing out on his second UK title. He's just got on with the job.
If you think about what happened last year, Philip, Champion of Champions, he had another pretty crushing defeat to the same man. Neil Robertson, but he was back in action straight after, and it wasn't long before he's winning again, so better off just playing, aren't you, while you're in form. Never know when your form could desert you or something could happen. So here he is doing what he does best.
14.
Nice shot to develop that other red. The reds are starting to open up nicely now.
Yes, this is the 8th tournament that Trump has played in this season. So far,
19.
he's had 2 titles, 2 finals, 2 semi-finals, and he's made the round of 32 of next year's German Masters with a loss of 2 frames in 2
20.
matches.
Yes, and the German Masters, there's a lot of casualties amongst the top players for that, weren't there? So he didn't become one of them. Might have a plan here, because I thought maybe with the red over the pocket he might try and
26.
disturb the black and red, but I guess as a left-hander he's got an idea about leading across and potting the
27.
reds. Gradually he's just getting himself back into the frame, I think, more importantly at this stage. Could have done with a bit more on that.
32. Four.
Well, he's almost got the same shot here to screw back towards the red. And he'll probably try and give it a bit extra, whichever way he plays on the red. Just want to finish short this time. Just done off the cushion. That's
40.
pretty good, isn't it? You may not need the black, but I think you'll have to go into it. This goes in. You'd fancy him.
41.
Beautiful. Lovely touch.
47.
Not such an easy shot as it looked. He won't need the black.
49.
He hasn't won it yet, but I tell you what, this is a bad frame for Li Hang to lose, because he had everything there for him, and he already was 40 odd in front.
52.
Last piece of the jigsaw getting on the blue perfectly.
Yeah, this is going to be a test of the resilience that Li Hang has shown this week. 3 of his 4 matches going to the wire. But to lose a frame like this, when he looked nailed on before he snookered himself on the blue, had to take on the much trickier brown, playing that shot with the disappointment of knowing he should have had an easy colour. Just a few more balls needed, and the world #1 has stepped in his usual ruthless fashion to punish with a break of 67 to the pink. What an early hammer blow for Lee. Trump leads 1-0. This is an immediate test of character for Li Hang
The
after just
second
one
frame.
frame of our second quarter-final.
Li
He
Hang
looked
to be-
nailed on to win it. Judd Trump had missed his first 2 potting attempts. He had a simple red to get onto the blue. Somehow snookered himself on that blue. Took on a much trickier brown, rattled it, and that was his last shot of the break. Trump stepping in with a terrific run of 67 to take the opening frame. Of course, the winner will play the winner of our feature match this evening here on Table 1. Ronnie O'Sullivan against Ding Junhui. Mark Selby to play the winner of our remaining quarter-final. On Table 2, Kyron Wilson against Jamie Jones. O'Sullivan and Ding, it's a rerun of their Northern Ireland Open quarter-final this season, which O'Sullivan won from 2-0 behind. Of course, distinct possibility of yet another showdown between the world champion and the world number 1 in the last 4.
Just wonder if this red actually goes past the black to the right corner. Whether Li Hang actually checked that or not. If it does, Judd might have an interest in it. Yeah, it does go, and I mean, if he was to miss it, you'd like to think that he would hide it behind the black, just bounce away from there. Definitely on. It's an outside chance he could get in off it.
1.
Oh, the speed he played that, though, I didn't expect that. That was well played. The black is not easy either. Li Hang thought he'd played just a bog standard containing shot there, and didn't appreciate the fact the red went beyond the black.
9. Judd Trump, 14.
We're seeing a lot of that, aren't we? Balls that don't go in, don't go very far away from the pocket. Saw a couple yesterday. Robbie Williams played one up into the green pocket along the cushion. I couldn't believe it stayed out. One thing staying out, but just hanging over the jaw. Judd looks a little bit bemused by it.
Well, that was certainly a positive shot from Lee, and he's played it very well. Looking to get the disappointment of the manner in which he lost the first frame out of his system. He got plenty of action on the cue ball there.
9.
This season he started with 3 wins out of 3 in the group phase of the ranking Championship League event. Then he suffered 3 consecutive first-round losses, made the last 32 of the UK Championship, where he lost to Neil Robertson, for his run this week.
Well, that's the second time he's
60.
gone into the bunch, and very positively. I wonder if he's thought about how he managed to lose that first frame, which seemed unlikely. Maybe just tensed up a bit when the winning shot came, because he should never have lost it. So I think if he's going to win this match, he needs to play freely, which of course is easy to say and not so easy to do.
Seventeen. 22. 23.
'I think the interesting thing about playing Judd Trump, he's got this incredible record, and because you hadn't seen him play, you think, well, you've got no chance against him, but you do get chances. Lee Heng had 2 opportunities in the first frame, and this one now it's just a question of taking them, not landing where he has. That's a bit unlucky, I think, to land on top of those reds. Now his next shot is no fun.
Danger for Lee is that he's done the hard work in opening all of the reds up, but of course if he now falters, they're all there for Trump.
$29.
It was a good shot, but he's going to need another one.
Yeah, the black's too much. He can't play the black over the red like that. Blue, at least he's got a normal cueing on it. Oh, what a good shot. Very good. That's the best of the match for either player.
Terrific pot, because look what he was leaving if he missed it, and it was very missable. And I think there's the evidence of what he's been doing in getting to this quarter-final this week. He's shown a lot of heart. He's toughed matches out when he's been in trouble, and he's been in trouble in most of them.
42.
This time he must finish the job off, get the frame one.
$43.
Looks perfect on the black, just to stun up somewhere on the left side. Choice of reds to the right corner.
50. $51. $56.
It's a good shot to hold. The angle on the blue was not all that straight, but he managed to stop the cue ball from travelling too far.
57.
Watching Judd there in his chair. This game of snooker involves a lot of sitting down, watching your opponent. And sometimes you just have to keep your concentration and hope that a mistake is made to be ready for it, as he was in the previous frame. It's one of those games, not so many like it, where there's absolutely nothing you can do.
61.
Your opponent is at the table, doesn't matter who's sitting there,
64.
greatest player or the worst, they can just watch. Gear yourself up for something. Should anything come, get the feeling though this time it might not.
65.
Yeah, just this red and the black to follow. What a good response this has been from Lee Hang. Judd Trump missing the red to the right corner. Lee played a tremendous shot to open up the reds, but then the blue to retrieve prime position. Which, had he missed it,
72.
well, you'd have backed Trump to do what Lee is doing. Real metal he showed there.
73.
That augurs well for his chances. He's proved throughout the week he has a very good temperament.
$80. $81.
Getting close to 100 centuries for his pro career, which started back in 2008. He did fall off the tour. Managed to get back on again. Can make one here. It would be his 96th. Ah, the blue just stays out. But that doesn't really matter. That was an excellent response to losing the first frame in such disappointing circumstances. And the blue, arguably one of the shots of the tournament, given the context. It's 1-1. Welcome back to quarter-finals day here at the Scottish Open, live from the Marshall Arena, Milton Keynes, and it's living up to its billing thus far. A high-quality battle between Mark Selby, defending champion Ricky Walden, which Selby edged 5-4, and two terrific frames to start our second quarter-final. Judd Trump stepping in with a typically clinical 67 after Lee Hang had botched his position when it looked as though he was going to go 1-0 up, but what a response from Lee. He's just knocked in a superb break of 81. Splitting the pack early after Trump had missed a red to the right corner. And then a retrieving blue, which had he missed it, well, he could well have been 2-0 behind, but showed his mettle. And in the process, I think, sent a message to Judd Trump that he's not here to make up the numbers today. We could well have a match on our hands. It's well worth having a look at the blue. We'll bring it to you again in a moment. He potted it so cleanly and confidently as he returns to the arena.
The third frame. Judd Trump.
So one apiece, 5 of course now is the target. 2 more frames before the interval. O'Sullivan or Ding for the winner in the last 4 tomorrow.
Wow, look at the cue power. I don't think the red hit the cue ball on the way back up there, because it looked like it just took off back down the table.
He could have,
again.
He could have been forgiven for thinking this was Trump.
Yeah, you know what? He didn't hit it very hard either. That was timed beautifully. I know the pot didn't go in, which kind of, it goes in, you think, wow, this is incredible. But just to get the cue ball back there was pretty good, I can tell you. You know, he's not a player I ever really thought of as having cue power. I think he's a great timer of the ball. It's a little bit of a difference. The mindset of snooker players is always very interesting, because you might think, well, okay, Lee Hang has redressed what happened in frame 1 by winning frame 2, but there's part of him that's thinking he should be 2-0 up instead of 1-all. That's what snooker players think like. They're not careful. Judd knows he could have lost both of those frames as well. 2 entertaining frames. I think Judd has got some work on his hands today, the way that Lee Hang appears to be hitting the ball. He's at it again, isn't he? That cue ball's coming back as if it's on elastic to the other end of the table at the moment.
Well, he showed plenty of cue power in splitting the bunch at the start of the previous frame, and once again his primary goal of getting the cue ball out of danger largely achieved. Sure, when Barry Hearn first dreamt up the idea of having a £1 million bonus for winning all 4 Home Nations events, he never dreamt that it could become a reality, and I don't think any of the players seriously entertained thoughts that it could be done. But here we are with Judd Trump having won the English Open and the Northern Ireland Open already this season. 3 wins away from making it 3 out of 3. Of course, there's no £1 million bonus, but that wouldn't make the achievement any more or any less extraordinary. If he were to win this title, well, then it's very much game on for the Welsh in the new year.
You know, with Judd, he's always looking at something that he can pot. Not really looking at the safety shot first. It's always a pot first and a safety shot second. And I think even here, he feels that he can get that cue ball in and around the table, possibly behind the green. Playing safe. Very congested table for any sort of a safety shot. I mean, every red is surely in the way of every other red. Might be able to play a shot on the left side up the top and around the table, but it's horrible, really. I suppose if you could get the cue ball somewhere in the jaws of the right corner, that would be okay, but even getting there is not easy. The point is, at worst, he's got a couple of reds that he could go for. The 2's below the pink to the right corner. All right, if they don't go in, then anything could happen. But if you're looking to play a complex safety shot, at least if you go for one, you give himself a chance of potting it. I'll be playing a safety shot through a small gap here. This is going to have to be played well. Hit a red on the way back if he's not careful. Or even the blue. Cue ball's kind of limped up the table there. I think he's left a red on. He was in trouble.
Ordinarily this would be bread and butter for Judd Trump, but as you can see, hampered with his cueing because of the yellow under his body. Very conscious of the fact that it's there, which makes the shot that much more difficult.
One.
Well, he'll be a bit disappointed. What happened there? Judd seems to be unhappy about something. Not sure what went on there. I mean, it can't be anyone putting you off, surely. Apparently noise from the practice area. So you'd always say someone was putting a player off, but we're so used to now these empty arenas that you wonder what it could be.
And I think given the arena is empty and the players are expecting silence and by and large have it, when there is some noise from behind the scenes, it's all the more jarring. Initially, it just looked as though Trump was disappointed not to have got on his colour, having potted the red. That's probably why he is, in the main, disappointed.
There's a practice area which is actually, as you look at it, behind the table on a balcony where the players are practicing. Don't know who's up there, I'm sure. That many players left in the tournament.
Judd Trump, 1.
Oh, this is some shot. Look at this. Very close to being brilliant. You dread to think what would have happened if he'd gone beyond the yellow. What sort of shot could you play for him there?
As quiet as possible, please.
That's disappointing that there's noise actually in there.
So, Lee Hang, 6.
This frame, 11 minutes old, just the one ball potted.
One.
And now it's 2. What a terrific pot that was.
Yeah, and the reds were spread far and wide. It's one of those, if you don't pot the ball, then your opponent is in.
8.
There's no getting away from there. Playing up to bulk. There's too many balls in the way. Of course, when the pot goes in, it doesn't matter. Made more complicated by the position of the black and the reds around it. Everything else is okay.
Twenty.
Again, some noise. Judd Trump stands up from his shot, clearly frustrated, and no wonder. It's a persistent problem.
26. 27. 43.
Apparently the problem is
44.
that the outer tables, which are no longer necessary, of course, now we're down to the last 8, just 2 tables in operation. They're being de-rigged, and that noise, which is inevitable, is filtering through to the arena. Anyway, Trump looks fully focused on the
39.
move back in front. Being pegged back in the second frame by that excellent 81 break from Lee. He got in yet again with a long red. He's created this chance for himself, as he so often does.
40.
Quality of his long game.
Yeah, that's what he does. And what he does also is he makes breaks from positions that are quite complicated. He's very good. You see certain players, I mean, no point in going into names, but some players, when the balls are there,
46.
in orthodox places, they look fantastic. When they're not, they don't look quite as good. Judd is not one of those.
47.
Almost like the challenge of trying to construct a break when there's something difficult about the table. I think this break has been one of those. Cleared away all the reds that were in open play. Now it's just that little right corner where everything else is. But he's also getting close to the winning line anyhow in the frame.
53. 54.
Nice little nudge. Pink will be on its own spot, so he could just drop this in if he wanted to. Play on the red near his bridge hand.
A jump 54.
Ooh, no. Well, I don't know why he didn't just drop it in. I'd be annoyed by that. I mean, he could have rolled it in. Pink on his own spot. Oh, a lifeline from nowhere, unexpectedly.
Hard work seemed to have been done by Trump on the cusp there, just a couple of reds away from safety.
1.
He's going to work out a plan here, plan of action. There's an argument that what he could do is he could play on a red to get the other red out with the pink over the pocket as his certain colour.
Seven.
I think the way it's worked out now, he's going to play the pink this time. These frames are very important, these sort of frames. Trump should have won it. He still might, but it's out of his hands. Well, the option is there now. If Judd knows that his only safe red might not be safe for long. On this black, he's got the angle to shift it here. He's had second thoughts by the looks of it. Maybe he hasn't missed a trick there. That was not a good shot. Why didn't he screw onto the red and
21.
get the red in play? Certainly what he has played is not a good shot anyhow.
He didn't hit that cleanly either, and it very nearly stayed out. Never easy, of course, with the Spider.
He's had a lot of chances to get this red in play. As you say, this one just crawled in. Now, he's going to play a really good shot to get behind the red from the black. Just doing what he did in the first frame, starting to tense up a bit when the chance comes.
$29. Lee Hang, 29.
Well, he didn't play the double. He's played a good shot, in fact. He's given himself a chance.
So Trump has to be careful here. There's nothing safe. Has to hit the red, not leave it. Didn't take that.
It's a right result, isn't it? I don't know whether Lee Han can get behind the red and push it away cushion first and leave the cue ball there. Looks a little close to the ball cushion for that, maybe the red. Leo Scullion is having a look to see what he can hit. A free.
Foul on a miss. Judd Trump, 4.
Yeah, clearly yellow first. Worse than that, he's left the red.
Foul.
Yeah. It was difficult to tell, wasn't it? I think he was yellow. I think Leo was bang on.
Andy, can you bring it up for me, please?
So Trump's lead is
Goodness me.
24, but he's having it put back, even
Wow.
though the red was potable.
I'm surprised. I have to say, I'm very surprised. Now we've got... I feel sorry for Leo. Leo Scullion did not want him to have that put back, and they've got to pull the balls back now. I can't believe Judd didn't play the red there as a left-hander. I'd have backed him to pot it.
And he only needed a colour beyond the yellow to leave Lee needing a snooker off that red.
Well, I am surprised. But Leo must be devastated by that news. I mean, he's putting the balls back. I mean, that, they don't look very close at the moment, but I'm not blaming anyone for this. It's hard to replace them. Who'd be a snooker referee in this situation? Balls were nowhere near there, but the red was away from the cushion a bit. All Judd had to do was pop the red, frame was over, and we set them up. And the other thing is, you know, let him go again. He might get the snooker back.
Right, direct me in from there with the yellow. Yep. Mix it so that I can see it. Thanks, Judd. That look okay?
This is where I normally get a lot of tweets from people saying that the system's no good, and I think we all agree on that. You know, there should be a way of dealing with it, but people always come up with the solution. I suppose it's all about money. I'm afraid the situation where we don't want to be like football, where everyone's looking at screens.
Yeah, just to keep the cue ball there.
Because I'm afraid football has gone a little bit confusing lately, isn't it? Nobody's fault. I'm not blaming anyone here. No, not blaming the referee, the marker, or anybody. It's just hard to get these balls back when they're not in, when more than one has moved. For a start, well, it's good to put 3 balls back, isn't he? Cue ball, red, yellow. If you referee, you'd wake up in the middle of the night with a cold sweat thinking about something like this happening the next day.
Yeah.
Andy Yates doing his best as marker to help out Leo Scully. Yes, I think the yellow does need to move a little.
Yeah.
Now this is where it was. So the yellow perhaps needs to come back from the red in the line it's in at the moment by about ½ an inch maybe.
I always say this, if there's a local league, you'd hit this about 300 miles an hour, and then no one would have a clue if you hit the red or the yellow first. I mean, no one would know. It's just all a blur.
Quite a procedure this, but it's very important, clearly.
Got to be 5 minutes or so, isn't it?
Frames now in its 27th
Closer to the red.
Well, it says shot time 4 minutes. Obviously, that's going to change. So we've been looking at this for long enough. I think Tony Drago won a frame in this time, didn't he, once in a match? Less than this. Still not right, is it?
Yeah, it's the yellow that needs to move further towards the brown as we look.
Yellow's the most important ball, because it's easy to hit the red this way now.
Getting there gradually. Another maybe half ball's width towards the cue ball. Question is whether Trump is going to have a better shot at the red than the one that he could have taken on just now and opted instead to have them replaced at the end of this shot.
That's not bad, is it?
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
I think
Thanks,
that's
Andy.
as near as you're going to get.
So finally, the second attempt. Different shot this time. And safe.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed at Judd. I'll say it again. I can't believe he never played the red. I think he'd have potted it probably 8 times out of 10. In other words, won the frame every time. Anyway, he still might win the frame.
Trump, remember, only needs the red, and any colour higher than the yellow, and Lee Hang would need a snooker. 24 the lead. But nothing to rescue him if he misses it and leaves it. The colours out in open play. That's the dilemma for him. Feels like a long time ago that Trump was missing a relatively straightforward pink to the left corner when he was just a few balls away from making it 2-1. Match time now, shade over an hour. This frame now more than 30 minutes old, of course. Part of the reason for that was the length of time needed to get the balls replaced. It wasn't straightforward by any means.
So now the advantage, Lee Hang. Not the most difficult to hit.
Foul. Judd Trump, 4.
Well, that is calamity for Lee Hang.
Goodness, what a thing to happen. Well, that is end of frame now. And Judd is... I don't think having the balls put back has led to that. I think he was quite lucky to get that happen to him, really. The gift of all gifts, really. That was for the in-off and the red in hand, where he was about to put the cue ball, end of frame.
Bizarre frame. But it's gone the way of Judd Trump.
5.
He's needed a few chances to get it over and done with.
7. 10. 14.
So eventful stuff in frame 3, but Lee Hang cannoning into the blue
Trump,
and then going
14,
in off
and the
was the end of his hopes in this third frame, which could have gone either way. It's gone Judd Trump's way, and the world number 1 is back in front with 1 frame to come before the interval. Trump leads 2-1. Well, it took rather longer than first looked likely when Judd Trump was on a break of 54. Mr. Routine Pink. This is much later in the frame. That's Lee Hang fouling and trying to hit the red first. He caught the yellow. This is the shot that Trump was left with. He might have taken the red on. Remember, he only needed the red and any colour bar the yellow, and Lee Hang would have needed a snooker in the event.
Lee Hang to break.
As we saw, he had Lee play again, but then the decisive moment was Lee cannoning the blue in, playing safe, and seeing the cue ball drop in, left an easy red for Trump, and that was the end of the frame. So 2-1, a 33.5 minute. This final frame before the interval. When remember to play either Ronnie O'Sullivan or Ding Junhui. They're in action this evening. Our coverage starts as usual at 6:45, and on table 2 it'll be Kyron Wilson against Jamie Jones for the right to play Mark Selby in the semi-finals tomorrow, who came through earlier in a really high-quality match against Ricky Walden, 5-4.
Definitely an argument on a different day. Lee Hang could have won all of these frames, and I'm sure that's somewhere in his mind. Trails 2-1. But there's been things that have happened in the frames that could have pointed to him winning them. The last frame, I think, before all that happened, that we showed you, he had a couple of chances to get the red off the side cushion. Didn't take them. Ended up not really even having a chance from then on in. Not a real chance.
One.
Oh, very nice though. Knocks in some good balls.
The frame he did win, he won exceptionally well, of course, the break of 81. And in particular, the retrieving positional shot on the blue, which was a really gutsy pop. Had he missed it, could have seen him lose that second frame as well. So it's been a mixed bag so far from both players, really. Trump with that superb clearance to the pink to punish Lee's error in not closing out the first frame.
Six. Seven.
Retrieval shot now needed to get from blue onto a red. Got to avoid the bolt colours, of course. Shot these players practice a lot. Playing that virtually plain ball, it's quite unusual. Expected a bit of side to be on the cue when he hit the ball cushion. Not finished in position A either. Right to the middle seemed to take him into no man's land as far as his next colour is concerned. Now this is a real cueing shot required. Fancy it.
Behind 12.
I think the shot on the blue was not a very good one, really, to finish where he did. Didn't give him many options.
They last played at the German Masters last year. Trump won 5-2 on that occasion. The only other best-of-9 frame match they've contested was won by Lee, the Wuxi Classic in 2013. The other two best-of-7s, which Trump won comfortably.
Instead of worrying about playing safe because the red's in bulk, he's going to try and play the red in bulk. It's a good containing shot, in fact.
There's another example of an excellent safety from Trump. Last night he was almost immaculate in that department against Mark Williams, and he was delighted about it, speaking to Andy and Ken after the match last evening. He was particularly pleased with how tight his safety had been. He just failed with one of his 42 efforts in the safety stakes, and that was a big reason why he won the match. That loss ended Mark Williams' hopes, by the way, of making the World Grand Prix next week. Michael Holt, the reigning shootout champion, has taken the 32nd and final spot. And he will play Judd Trump when the tournament gets underway on Monday. It's first seed against 32nd and so on. A few seedings still to be sorted out, though, before this tournament's done.
Touching ball.
Very good. Well, if it's touching, of course, Judd has the advantage. I thought that Judd was, in his first couple of matches, understandably lethargic. He wasn't really, he didn't look sharp. We all know why, because it was in the small hours early Monday morning when he lost that incredibly dramatic UK final, playing on the what turned out to be the next day, the Tuesday. But the match where he played Lian Wenbo started off brilliantly. And he just had to hang on for a little while and then end up playing very well. Since then, it's almost like the weekend has been forgotten now. He's back to what he was doing before. So it proves, I think, definitely coming back here, trying to win the third Home Nations event was the right decision. I don't think he needed to have time away and a rest over Christmas.
It's pretty intense stuff, isn't it? Judd Trump's average shot time is down at 24.5 seconds.
I think Li Hang is just reminding us, despite the fact that he's losing 2-1 to the world #1 here, he's just reminding people, or letting people know, what a good player he is. because he's played pretty well here. He's matched Trump in most ways, except for just at the very end of frames. And Trump has picked up the pieces, and that's why he's leading. In some ways, outplayed him, actually. But this is not a good shot. This time, he loses the battle.
That's a very slow and disappointed walk back to Li Hang's chair. Actually, could certainly make a case for saying he's played the better snooker, but is he only going to have one frame to show for it at the interval? Although just shy of the right side of the blue.
Yeah, I mean, the difference just getting top side of the blue is so easy to get down on a red, close to it. Now, middle range red, maybe on the pink or something. If he's straight enough or up for the blue, he's got to play another shot, which is not easy. The quest for position.
Seven.
This time, still not quite on the blue perfectly. There's never been a better player at that sort of shot than Trump. A lot of players can come around the table, but it's the way the cue ball almost accelerates with topspin as soon as it hits the blue. I think he makes it look an easy shot, but the blue is just off straight and he just powers it around the angles. The way that cue ball gathers speed.
Judd Trump 13.
What a miss. What a miss. Goodness me.
Well, he's now missed that pink into both opposite top corners. Missed it in the previous frame when he was on a break of 54 and just a few balls away from winning it.
Can't really explain why he missed that. It's one of those, you can often find a reason. But to miss it thin, just holding for red.
One.
Missed balls, but on that one, I didn't really see that one coming.
Well, as we said, 2-2 is probably a fairer reflection of the balance of play so far, but Li Hang's still going to make it happen.
Eight.
Well, he's going to make it happen, but it's a terrific chance. As soon as he moves that red below the cue ball now, then the black is in on to everywhere. Red's all in the middle of the table. There's no reason to believe he won't clear, except for the fact that somehow
15.
he's 2-1 down when he should be in front. Probably all that will stop him.
16. Twenty-two. 23.
22.
31. Seven.
He plays the shots very gently, doesn't he? He's not someone that hits the ball hard. Even those screw shots he played, where he got the cue ball right back to the bulkhead, he didn't even hit those hard. Nice player. He's a good conditions player, I think. If the table's responsive, I think you would really see him at his best. Not sure how hard he can hit them if the table's a little slow or not really responding as they would like. But the table we're playing on today, I think, suits his game.
Quick look at the scoreboard, 43 the lead, 59 left before this red disappears.
46.
So just this pink and one more red, and it was the pink, of course, that Trump missed surprisingly, that let Li Hang in with this golden chance to share the spoils at the interval.
.52.
Trump produced an excellent break to take the opening frame, but this is the pink he missed just now when he was looking good potentially for 3-1. And there's applause for frame ball, so Li Hang will be delighted to have got his second frame on the board. It could have been even better for him, but it could have been much worse. 3-1 down, given that he's had clear chances in the frames he's lost, would have been tough to swallow, but now
59.
He's right in the match with possible 5 frames still to come.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be 2-2. I genuinely think he's been the better player. It doesn't count for anything, though, that sort of comment, does it? But really, he's played better than Judd. Whether he'll win the match, I don't know.
Well, he won't be afraid if it goes the distance, because as Trump watches on, and
66.
fairly perceptible shake of the head there, still thinking, I'm sure, about the pink. Li Hang has prevailed in a decider. On each occasion, he was behind.
67.
Shown plenty of mettle, strong temperament throughout the week. Produced that excellent 81 break in the second frame after the huge disappointment of losing the first, which he certainly should have won. So he's proving to be quite an obstacle for Trump to try and overcome.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see Judd missing that pink. I don't know why he missed it, overcut it. It's just one of those that maybe
75.
his mind was on the next shot.
Looks equally puzzled by that, but there's enough there for the century.
78. .82. .87.
When you're playing the best player in the world and you are afforded a surprise opportunity, most important thing is to take it.
93.
Li Hang has, emphatically so. He's giving himself the opportunity on the other side of the interval to cause a big upset here.
Li Hang.
That's his 6th century of the season, and what a moment to make it. A timely intervention from Lee Hang. Judd Trump has missed a couple he wouldn't normally, and we're dead level at the interval at 2 frames all.
Passport and driver's license.
Andy, I'll take over from you now.
Frame 5, Judd Trump to break. Foul, remiss. Judd Trump, 6.
Pink first for Lee Hang, playing out of the snooker. So, this match perfectly poised. Judd Trump has got work to do. Of course, he's the firm favourite. He remains the firm favourite, having shared the first 4 frames. He could easily have been 3-1 behind. He might have been 3-1 in front had he potted the pink to the right corner, which allowed Lee to get back into frame 4. And how well he took his chance. A century break, just his 6th of the season, his 96th as a professional. That's got to have given him a real boost before the interval. Something tangible to show for his efforts. And the match undoubtedly has been played at Lee's pace so far. He's operating at nearly 28 seconds a shot. At one stage it was over 30, and Trump, who's normally under 18 seconds per shot, is around 24.5 today.
Yes, everything to play for here. As we saw with those first 4 frames, a few things that could have swung it either way, but as I said at the time, you know, Lee Hang really was the person who could have had more frames than 2 going into the interval, not really Judd. I suppose he could have won the last frame when he missed that pink. But this is where the match might change again. It's a pretty good safety shot. Does it cut in or not? It might just be a little too thin. And Judd has had a look at it. Knows you might be able to cut it in, but see it from a different angle. You play it with a lot of pace, perhaps. It's close, this.
Coming up this evening, of course, our 3rd quarter-final of the day on table 1. Ronnie O'Sullivan up against Ding Junhui. Repeated the Northern Ireland Open quarter-final, only the 2nd last date appearance that Ding has made in the Home Nation Series. He lost on that occasion, of course, from 2-0 up, 5-2, before O'Sullivan went on to lose to Trump in the final for the 3rd year in a row. Winner of that plays the winner of this in the last 4 tomorrow. On table 2, it'll be Kyron Wilson against Mark Selby, already safely through, of course, to the semis after his 5-4 win over Ricky Walden earlier.
One.
It was worth a try, wasn't it? He couldn't leave anything except the red that he was playing, which seemed unlikely to stick. So it was giving him a chance. The other reds were covered had he missed it. The black goes here, so into the right corner. So if he gets behind the left red after this blue, so half a chance coming.
Six. Seven.
Nice if you could get the two reds to the left of the black in play. As you can see, there's the other side of the black from there. Bring the black into play into both corners.
$14. $15. $22.
Lee's even 100 just before the interval was the 78th of the tournament. That's only 5 off the all-time home nations record at the English Open 3 years ago.
Lee hang 22.
So every chance you would think of a new record coming into this tournament, with a couple of rounds still to go and a couple of quarter-finals still to come.
Yeah, he's got a good all-round game, Lee Hang, hasn't he? There you see the safety shot he's played. Again, making Judd think quite a bit about what he's going to have to do here. Yeah, thin edge of that left red if he's playing it. Down the bottom. Very thin. Another very good shot. Really in this match, isn't he? I mean, you can see on the day showing, he's playing the world #1. Doesn't look like he's out classed or anything in there. Competing in just about every department at this stage. Whether he can get over the line if the chance came, that's another story.
Well, he's been very adept at doing that thus far. Remember, he was 2 down with 3 to play against the Masters champion Stuart Bingham last evening. and came through. 2 of his other rounds, he was within a frame of defeat, coming from behind to win a decider, so he's shown plenty of mettle to get this far. He's shown a good temperament today, because remember, he made a real hash of the first frame when he had a great chance to take a 1-0 lead, but hit back very impressively with that break of 81, including the retrieving pot on the blue to the green pocket. And then, having lost the 3rd frame in very disappointing circumstances, going in off the blue and leaving Trump an unmissable chance, he then responded again with the century when Trump missed the pink. So he's shown plenty of resilience again today, and he's going to need plenty more to get to 5 frames.
Yeah, that's gone wrong.
Lee Hang 12.
Keeping Judd under that bolt cushion though. I just wonder if he'll have a go at this right-hand red. I don't think there are many other options here. Doesn't want to leave it there. It's difficult. Deciding against it by the looks of things. Laying up to the couple of reds to the left of the black. Keeping things tight. Trouble with that shot, you know, your next shot is never going to be an easy one. Selby demonstrated that with Andy in the studio, that you roll up to a ball and of course your next shot, you're sure to be a distance away from it. Your opponent can do what he likes with this. In this instance though, of course there are no bolt colours you can get behind over that left side. That's where the cue ball's going to end up. Now what he's done there is he has opened some reds up, which, given he's a few points in front, probably favours the man he's playing. It was not as difficult now as it was a few shots back. Not sure if we can see any of the red to the left of the black, one that's closest to it. It'd be a good red to play, to free the black, which of course again is what he wants to do. That's what he's done. Now it's a very open frame, and that 28-point lead of Lee Hang's doesn't count for a lot if Trump is the next person to pot a ball.
Three from 5 from long range so far.
One.
But no joy positionally.
One.
Yeah. Could have finished a lot better than that. He's very unlucky to get that kiss on the red, not be on the black. Now, on another day, he'll be on the black perfectly and it'll be frame over.
Rumble. Lee Hang, 1.
He doesn't like it very much. I don't think it's too bad. Good safety shot, isn't it? Covered a lot of reds behind the green. Don't know if he can get to the left red either. It's near the cushion anyway, so the double kiss would be on for the up and down safety. So he's not got a lot of things that he can do here. Let's get to the potting angle on that red. It's the only one. Time to go up and down. Judd is being tested in this match a lot by Lee Hang, who's playing well.
And he spoke to Andy ahead of this match and said he's really embraced the fact in recent times when he's had so much success about being tested and even in some ways perversely enjoying losses because he's always looking to improve. Arguably you learn more from a defeat than you do a victory. Mind you, he hasn't had too many, has he? Defeats in the last couple of years, but he has been tested on a number of occasions. More often than not, much more often than not, he's come through. But this match continues to be played on Lee's terms. Quite lengthy frames. Not much rhythm for Judd Trump. A 67 in the opening frame after Lee missed a golden chance to take it. It was Trump's best break of the day so far. He made 54 on his way to winning that eventful third frame.
But what he is doing, he's drying up the opportunities that Trump is getting, isn't he, Lee Hang? That's what he's doing very well. Now he's making him think, he's not giving him shots to go at every now and then. He's keeping it extremely tight. That's hard to do against Trump. He's such a dangerous player. 20 minutes. This frame, it's been highly tactical. Trump can get to the left red, but like I said earlier, it's so close to the cushion, it's so easy to double kiss it, to play up and down. So he might play the containing shot instead. Well, I don't think he could avoid the double kiss. I think he's very lucky there. I can't have it that he played anything like that. When the red is so close to the cushion, it's so difficult not to get the double kiss. And he got the double kiss. He's good, but not that good, in my opinion. That's a very rare error from Li Hang. The mid-range red, which Judd Trump, if he was flying, would knock in. But he hasn't had much table time lately. Makes it just a little bit more difficult to get your rhythm.
Just 1 out of 3 from Judd Trump
Fine.
in distance. But that was hit emphatically enough.
Definitely didn't play on the blue because he's only just looked to see if it went.
Six. Seven.
He's already, by a distance, the most successful player in the Home Nations series since it got underway in Manchester back in 2016. Of course, he made the inaugural English Open final, losing to Liang Wenbo. Since then, he's won 3 Northern Ireland Open titles. Of course, he's added the English Open this season. So, Welsh Open runner-up to Stuart Bingham. So, he really has monopolised this series of events, and it could get even better for him this weekend.
He decided to play that cannon, and he's actually on the other red, which is handy.
13.
Something of a bonus, I think.
Nineteen. Twenty.
Definitely going to need the 2 reds that are tied up with each other. I don't know if he's going to get a chance to open them up. He's got an angle to do so here, but I understand why he might not want to play it. But that moment will come.
27. $28.
Like to have been a bit straighter on the black, I think. To go the long way round. He can't hold. Done well.
45. $46.
gone a bit far for the blue. Buntwood wasn't there. He might have played the blue into the two reds. Of course, he can't do it.
Well, Judd Trump 36, Lee Hang 4.
Strange shot. Obviously, if he gets past the jaw of the middle pocket, he probably lands down on the red, but it didn't look natural to get onto the red from there.
Other frame very much in the balance. 7 points between them, 51 on. Beg your pardon, 3 points. Now that Trump's given away that foul. Gets a very high percentage of pots like that. Well, a double kiss, but it could have been a whole lot worse for Lee.
Yeah, I guess this frame is going to be determined as to what happens with those two reds, isn't it? Even if had he left it, I suppose Trump could have won the frame with moving the two reds, but until that happens, then nothing else really matters. A tough old match this, tough match play. He'll probably have a dart at this if he can see enough. Perilously close to hitting the two reds there. Very much in the balances frame. Both players, I think, have so much cancelled each other out, but because there's been a long bout of safety, they're not as sharp and in rhythm as they would be at the start of a match, or had they been potting a few balls.
Trump would love to have changed the tempo of this match on the other side of the mid-session interval, got in early, made a big break, but it's just not worked out that way. Li Hang has played some very good safety. He's competing in all departments today. He's making life difficult for Trump, and that's precisely what he has to do if he's to win this match. Play to his own strengths, not worry about what Judd Trump would like to do. Prove that when he does get the chance, he can score with the highest break of the match so far, the century to level at 2-all.
One of those, there's always a chance that if he missed that red, it was going to disturb the couple of reds that are locked up. And he got closer, I think he would have.
We've already had a half-hour frame in this match. This is going to be the longest to date, though.
Oh.
It's already at 31 minutes and counting. Well, not for the first time today, in off the blue.
Don't think it's a free ball. I think put the cue ball on the green spot and you can see an edge of. There's no way it is a free ball from that side.
Oh.
He's unlucky to going off there, isn't he? I mean, you couldn't make it up. Put him back in. So now this is the critical stage of this, as you say, long frame. Very good shot, though. He really is competing in all departments right now, Li Hang. Out of the question he could get this match won, you know.
He's ahead on the pot success, shade over 90 to Trump's 87. Not far behind on the safety either. Suddenly everything is out in the open.
One.
Well, what a chance he's got now.
There's only one red, yeah. Only one red.
Another terrific pot. Hasn't been in front so far in this match.
Good score in Judd's.
There's confirmation to the longest frame so far. But what a big one now for Li if he can get his nose in front, crank up the pressure on the world number one.
Well, you're right. This is, you won't get to see a better opportunity than this. I mean, the fact that the
6.
yellow, green and brown are away from their spots, I guess, is a little bit more difficult, but not that difficult, really.
7.
Playing on the green. If that was what he decided was the shot, I'm assuming that the yellow would go into the green pocket when the green was respotted. Doesn't want to be looking too long and hard for things that could go wrong here. This is a great chance. Very hesitant when it comes to the important shots at the end of frames.
Well,
No, that's not perfect by any means. Had the yellow bin on his spot, and it's pretty good, but as you can see, it's away from his spot. I don't know, it's something about the very big shots towards crunch time, and he starts to overthink matters. He pointed that red, got the other red out into open play. This frame looks over. Doesn't quite look over now. I think well, but again, it's still pretty tough here.
Needs the green, the brown and the blue for 3-2. Very rare that you'd see Judd Trump at 25 seconds a shot, but Yang has made it a battle. Oh, but he's missed the green. Has he left the green?
Absolutely staggered, it never went in, to be honest. I thought he got close to it. They can't hardly look. Is there a gap between? Oh, goodness me. Well, he did start to ponder over shots too much, I think. He had to just get down and win the frame. He looked for things to go wrong and he found something. So near into the pocket, it's not actually easy to get on the brown here.
3.
Not a huge amount of control over that shot. It's not dissimilar to the shot at the other end of the table that Li Yang has just missed. And I think he's playing it differently.
Got Trump 3.
Not going for it at all. Refused a few today, Judd Trump, hasn't he?
Yes, it's as though his lack of rhythm, given the pattern of the match and the lengthy nature of the frames, has just affected his confidence a little bit.
Let's have good eyes. Look at that thin. Surprised that he played that dropping up to the brown. Trusting the table to play that shot. Seemed to run fairly true.
Lee would need the pink as well, because Trump, worried about brown and blue, could still tie the frame.
Again, there's a gap.
Very nearly 40 minutes now, this frame. Who is going to get in front? Will it be Lee for the first time, or can Trump retake the lead and just ease the pressure a little. He's certainly being tested in a way he hasn't been so far in this tournament. Liang Wenbo played very well early against him. Well, going all out for the brown. Has he left it?
Doesn't deserve to get behind the blue. Not sure if he has. It's almost like he's refused a few, and now his patience has run out going for that.
That shot felt somewhat against the grain of the way he's been playing this afternoon, didn't it? But he's covered it.
He's getting bogged down, and in some ways I think he's got himself bogged down. He was lucky though.
Where's the brown going? Oh,
Goodness me, everything's landing over the pocket. And he's blocked it. Incredible frame.
the players exchange a smile just to break the tension of another intense and eventful frame, which is still up for grabs.
So the brown was over the top right pocket and the keyboard was behind the blue before that last shot. Now the brown's over the other pocket behind the blue again.
Trump couldn't believe it when he looked anxiously to see if there was room.
Four.
But he has potted it.
Well, the way this frame has gone, he was never going to knock the blue on. It's been an awkward frame for both players. I suppose he's got to be thankful that the brown went in. He's caught enough of it. Absolutely anybody's frame.
Judd Trump, four.
So they both need blue and pink.
Not a good shot though. Advantage, Li Hang. He should get the first meaningful safety shot in on the blue now.
We're only an hour away from the scheduled restart this evening in our third quarter final between Ronnie O'Sullivan and Ding Junhui. Still be a long way to go in this one yet. Now this is the sort of shot that Trump went for. Just seen Li Hang have a look to the potting angle. It's thin. Half of the course, it will stay right over the pocket. That's where everything seems to go.
Five.
Not this time. That was a good pot, you know. That was not easy. Now, is there a further twist? Because it's frame ball, and it's not an easy one to pot.
Terrific cueing. He has potted well from long range, 6 out of 10 now, but this is the big one, the pink for 3-2.
Playing it in the middle.
11 in the frame. Behind.
And in it goes. Well, what a battle royale that proved to be. Very nearly 45 minutes, but it's Li Hang, the big underdog at the outset, who's won it. And Judd Trump is in a bit of bother now. Trump, the world number 1, trailing 3-2.
Make it good.
Welcome back. Well, what a battle Judd Trump has found himself in this afternoon. He's been tested on occasion this week, but not in the way that Lee Hang is giving him a real grilling out there. It's been a long, drawn-out match, not the kind of match you would associate with Judd Trump, but it's Lee who's been able to dictate the pace of play, playing at very nearly 29 seconds a shot, but also playing some really astute snooker. His safety has been excellent. He's matched Trump in that department. He's made the bigger breaks, 81 and 100. And he managed to outlast Trump just now with that 45-minute frame that he eventually took with the excellent long pot to put Trump under pressure. But having done that, he's given Trump an early chance off the break.
One.
Exactly what he didn't want to do after investing so much in getting 3-2 in front. It was the blue, of course, that effectively won Lee the frame. Calmly knocked the pink in to clinch it. Really good pot, that. He has looked good from long range.
5.
But what can Trump do with this chance? He's had very little opportunity in amongst the reds today. Made a break of 67 in the first frame to steal it. Mr. Pink on 54 in the third frame, which he eventually won. Aside from that, it's been
12.
a case of living off scraps, really, for Trump, and it seems to have affected his confidence a bit, but that can change very quickly, as we know.
13.
Yeah, that's worked out well. You couldn't know you're going to be on the pink. You're hoping to free high-value colours. If anything, a little bit of left-hand side he had on, which was kind of reverse check, got him on the pink ball. You're right though, after all that hard work and not giving Trump hardly anything to go at, he breaks off and leaves a red.
90.
You couldn't make it up. It's something we've all done. It's ever so annoying when it happens. That break-off shot, the red just drifts up the table too far, and you never quite know why. You don't feel as if you've done a lot wrong on the break-off shot. So the red seems to take a flyer.
20.
Good recovery there. Now, he's been a bit unwilling to take big shots on in this match. Again, the bunch open, he hasn't done that very often, but chance perhaps to do so here.
$23.
Go. I think the right-hand red, he might be able to see enough of it to pot it.
24.
Bottom red goes to the left corner. Does he want to go into them? The chances are. Again, refusing to do so.
29.
I think the two reds above and to the left of that little cluster can now pot.
30.
So the frame is opening up a little.
$37. 38. $43. 44. 49.
Lee Hang 3-2 in front. For how long? It remains to be seen, but he'll be kicking himself in the chair, having worked so hard to forge an advantage in this match. And play the loose break off. Leave Trump not only in with an easy starter, but the chance to re-establish some rhythm that's been so lacking in his game this afternoon, which is part of the reason why Lee's in front in the first place. This is the break-off in question.
Yeah, he just caught that red a little bit on the thick side, I suppose. Don't really know that the red's going to charge up the table.
56.
You see it quite a lot, though.
Last frame was very nearly 45 minutes. This one's been going just 5. He's been able to switch back into his normal mode in the blink of an eye after what has been a pretty tough afternoon for him to this point.
$80.
But he is so tough now, mentally. He was making that point last night again after beating Mark Williams, that
81.
so much more mentally resilient these days. If things are going against him, he backs himself to find a way to come out of it as the winner. He enjoys the puzzle of
88.
working his way back in if he is behind, and he is struggling a bit.
89.
Both of those things this afternoon. At times he's looked uncharacteristically conservative with his shot selections, but there's been nothing conservative about this break. The usual flamboyance is back.
96. $97.
It's going to be a very intriguing match from here on in. Trump about to complete the century.
His 41st of the season to match Neil Robertson, who of course isn't playing in this event.
104.
It's been tit for tat throughout this campaign between the pair of them. Miles ahead of anyone else.
Trump 104.
Century making count this season. But that is a very timely return to top form for Judd Trump. He's had a tough afternoon, but it's level again here at 3-all. Welcome back. A dramatic change of pace in frame 6 in our second quarter-final here at the Scottish Open, with Judd Trump taking advantage of Lee Hang bringing red up off the break. And a century in barely 7 minutes after that 45-minute which went against him, frame 5. So this match is still anyone's, but Trump, crucially now, has found some momentum. Can he run with it? They both need to. The winner to play the Ronnie O'Sullivan or Ding Junhui in the semi-finals tomorrow. O'Sullivan and Ding are due to get underway in around about 45 minutes time. Mark Selby, of course, having earlier beaten Ricky Walden in a really good match, 5-4. Ryan Wilson or Jamie Jones to play Selby tomorrow. They'll be on table 2 at the same time as O'Sullivan and Ding are here on table 1. You can watch that on the Eurosport app as usual.
if the frames are tighter, I think it suits Li Hang, who's got a pretty organised game. Of course, in an open frame, there's hardly anyone that could get anywhere near Judd Trump.
One.
Well, he's opened everything up there, but a red's gone in as well. And there's an example, I think, of Judd trying to get the balls open, maybe play him in a scoring frame rather than a tight frame.
That's exactly it, isn't it? The lion's share of this match has been played at a pace more to the liking of
Judd
Lee.
Trump. One.
Trump seems determined to change that now as we head towards part of this match that really counts.
Foul and a miss. Judd Trump, 4.
Very close. It's kind of short. He's probably going to get there if he does get another go at it. Get the feeling he'll make the adjustment and he'll probably hit this red soon. Judd could have potted the brown, I thought, into the middle. I think he potted the red or fluked the red. But he chose to play the roll up, and he has been a little willing to take on big risks in this match. Fair enough. If you're not confident, you can only go for what you think you're going to get. But Li Hang got very near the first time to hitting this. The adjustment he needs to make is a very small one. He's got to get past the blue and, of course, that red to the left of the pink as well. Both in play, I think. Good direction. Problem is, of course, the other red hitting it the bottom side. He's left a red down the cushion.
One.
Eddie Charlton, you know, he used to hate people getting flukes against him. He used to think that we should play nomination snooker. You should nominate your pocket on every shot.
Judd Trump, 1.
Not easy, that was it, that shot. He used to think that you should point to the pocket you're going to pot them in every time. I mean, the game would be never end if you did that.
So the fluke not proving to be expensive for Li Hang. He's still very much in this match.
One.
Now then, is he going to play this pink up into the green pocket? He potted one not dissimilar to win the 5th frame. But of course, if he misses it, if he played that one in the middle, he could play this one in the middle, but down the bottom, not at stake if it doesn't go in. Straight in. Well done.
He's potted a few pressure balls like that this afternoon. None better than the blue he knocked in in the second frame on his way to that break of 81, which was all or nothing, and that one clearly carried pressure given he was leaving this for Trump if he'd missed. Doesn't lack for bottle, Lee Hang.
$15.
The last 3 times they've played, he's been dismissed with some comfort by Trump. 13 frames to 4 in the 3 most recent meetings, but this has been a very different affair.
16.
Playing this match, of course, in the knowledge that he'll be at the World Grand Prix next week here in Milton Keynes for the top 32. Most consistent players in the ranking events so far this season. Not happy with that one, though.
Far from happy. He kissed the red on the way through, didn't he? Yeah, of course, that event next week is a ranking event also. If you win your first match, you get the points. So you can really further your progression over the course of the season. Such a curtailed season with so many things off, switched around.
21.
Good run in the tournament next week, or getting into it. A good run would get you in the 8-man, 16-man and 8-man events, players in the Tour Championship, and then all of a sudden your ranking can go through the roof.
22.
But for now, he's trying to win the Scottish Open, and he's doing a good job here.
Bidding for just his second semi-final appearance, 3 years after
27.
his first, the China Championship. That was a tournament when he took out a lot of marquee names on his way to the last 4. Robertson, Stevens, Williams.
28. $33.
Yeah, that's one shot he doesn't play as well as the man he's up against today around the table. This is now a quite difficult shot.
$34.
Lost the cue ball, I'm afraid.
Pot success, dead level, 89.7% each. Perhaps surprisingly, Lee Hang has been more successful from distance than Trump today. He's only managed to pot 2 from 8 from long range. The 7 out of 12.
Not a bad shot at all.
40.
Red by the black now is his next one. Have played somewhere in that area to be on that one, or perhaps one that's on the pink spot.
$41. 48.
No, this time he's gone too far again. Just struggling to keep this break alive. This has to be a missable shot now. I guess he feels that the 3 reds close to either cushion kind of his insurance if things went wrong. Now he's looking at the possibility of the plant. Again, where the cue ball is, it can work in your favour. One of the two.
$49.
Now very circumspect, he took his time on it.
Green ball. $52. $53.
47 the lead, so a colour here and another red, and it looks as though Lee Hang's going 1 up with 2 to play.
$59.
It's red then, and Trump needs a snooker.
$60.
Yeah, it's been a good break because he's not always been in ideal position. He just kept going. I wonder if Judd will ever think about, does he look back on shots rolling up behind the green? In this instance, would he be better off playing the brown to the left middle? The reds were there. Is he waiting for things to come his way? Because Lee Hang is not offering him very much. Could be that Judd has got to go back to his attacking ways and make things happen. I was a little surprised he rolled behind the green. It turned out to be not the most difficult escape.
Further evidence, though, that Lee is tough mentally because he allowed Judd Trump the chance off the break in the previous frame, which of course Trump took with a superb century in 7 minutes, but back he comes again. Has that ability to stay in the moment and to blot out frustrations of frames that he might have won that have slipped through his fingers, and he's back in front here and within a frame of a big upset on quarter-finals day at the Scottish Open. Judd Trump now has to win the last 2 frames. Lee Hang leads 4-3. Amidst his tremendous run of success in the last couple of years, there have been occasions where Judd Trump has had to dig deep to come through. This season in the home nations, in the English Open, 3 rounds in a row he was on the cusp of defeat and came through deciders on each occasion on his way to the title.
Lee Hang to me.
But as you can see, maybe beginning to feel the strain of the volume of snooker he's been playing of late. But that's due in no small part to how well Lee Hang has performed this afternoon. He's kept the pressure up on Trump all the way through. He's not allowed disappointments to affect him. He's just got on with the job, and he's just put together another really good frame-winning break of 67 to move in front for the second time and to within 1 frame of a famous victory.
One.
But Trump is going to keep throwing punches.
Yeah, it's a good pot, isn't it? Cued well, he knew the cue was heading back to safety.
Three.
You know, the players have been playing a long time because they've not they've stopped putting the rest back where it used to go. They're all tuned up now, throwing it under the table in their own little rack area. At the beginning of all of these problems, they were just reaching for the rest under the table in the usual spot. I don't know if you've got a kick there or what happened. You need a little soft cannon on the red above and to the right of the black ball here in potting the black. Shot that can go wrong. Well played.
11. 12. 19. 20. 27. 28.
'He's got an angle here. I don't know if he wants to go into the little pyramid of reds, but he's got the 2 sticking out on the right, which are not easy to get onto from where he is. Playing one to the opposite middle pocket. That's what he is trying for.
35.
Trump, normally so deadly from long range, had only potted 2 out of 8 before that one, but what an important one as he looks to take this match to a decider.
36.
It tried, didn't it, to pull down to the left with the nap. Yeah, I mean, Lee Hang's break-off has been a problem in the last 2 frames that he's had to break. The one where he pushed the red up the table a couple of frames back where Judd made a century. This time, as you saw, it was a different reason why he left one on.
41.
Not an easy one, but put it this way, on both occasions Judd has scored from his break-off.
And it looks like red might go just to the left of the pink.
Yeah, absolutely flies again. Just we get a better view from behind the pocket.
42.
Judd has decided it went.
$47. $48.
So whatever happens, the 6 reds in the little pyramid will all need shifting, as you can't win the frame any other way. Set up like we're playing about to play a 6 reds game, aren't we? There,
Pretty unusual to
55.
see that, isn't it?
yeah. They've not moved, I don't think.
It's like they're super glued together.
56. $63.
Don't know if he's on one.
Judd Trump, 63.
Quick fire break of 63, but still 75 available.
Yes, and not very much safe. So Li Hang, should he get a chance, might fancy he can get this match won. Judd is battling all the way. Avoided the double kiss, but look at that shot. Isn't that well played? Sent Trump up down to the bulk end. Long periods of this match. He's underneath the bulk cushion again on this next shot. Made it very difficult for the world number 1.
Yes, he's very proud of his home nation's record. Judd Trump, remember, he's going for his 3rd home nation's title this season out of 3, having come into this match off the back of a 24 match winning streak in best of 7s in home nations. He's not going to go down without a fight. Of course, he may yet prevail, and now Li Hang has left this red. We could well be going to the wire. It's the red. A highish value colour would do.
1.
Well, the highest value colour is not guaranteed here. He's got two choices. Does he cut the black in, or can play the blue not to get on a red, or put the blue on the cushion? At the moment, he is just about in this frame, Li Hang. Furious with that
Blue.
last safety. He's played it quite cleverly. He's not really played on a colour. He's one of them unusual situations, taking 5 points and running. But that means Li Hang requires a snooker, so he played completely to the scoreboard there.
Red trump, 6.
.69 trumps lead, 67 left.
One.
So Li Hang will be eyeing up the 2 reds near the pink and thinking, well, if he could leave those until last, one of them, then he could get his snooker, but there's a bit of work to do, a bit of tidying up to do before he gets to that point.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen. Seventeen.
Lee needs a snooker, but clearly Trump will be troubled by that red behind the pink. He could be in a snooker shortly, and a nasty one at that.
God, I should think he just, as long as he
24.
gets this red and stays on the black, I think he's guaranteed to be in the snooker of some kind. And as you say, it could be a horrible one.
25.
No colour safe either for Trump, should he give away the penalty points. So can Li Hang lay a fiendish snooker here and get himself right back in this frame, the frame he needs to knock out the world #1?
Well, the idea will be he doesn't want the red to go on a cushion. He needs it kind of somewhere in the middle of the table at the other end, somewhere in the D, somewhere near the yellow, green or brown, that kind of area. But not near a cushion, in open play, because they're harder to hit.
Behind 32.
That is not a good shot. I know he's got the snooker, but he couldn't miss that. There is room to go around the back of the red, of course. But it could have been played better than it has. I think Judd will already be thinking that if he doesn't hit this, the cue ball has to go at a pace where there's no way he can leave the red on. The pace is to get the cue ball onto the baulk cushion. No miss will be called. He's hit it anyway. So Li Hang could have done better there, I guess.
One.
So one snooker still needed, and obviously this black has got to go too. Coming up at the conclusion of this match, of course, and there won't be much of a turnaround. Ronnie O'Sullivan against Ding Junhui, and on table 2, Karen Wilson and Jamie Jones.
Eight. Behind 8.
Now, well, he's got the snooker. Judd might consider the swerve here, but I tell you that if he got into it too much, he could hit the blue on the way through. If he doesn't play the swerve, this is a more difficult snooker than the previous one he had to hit. Around 2 cushions. Could slide past this.
Behind 4.
Now, Li Han can win. Poor shot. It's a very poor shot indeed. All that hard work, and now Judd's got another shot to win the frame.
2.
He could be relieved.
Judd Trump 2.
So Lee once again requiring a snooker. 7 the difference, 25 there. So if this goes in, surely we're going to a decider.
3.
Well, what a battle this has been. But once again, Judd Trump showing the fortitude that has won him 11 ranking titles in 2 years.
Frame conceded. Frame Judd Trump.
And Li Han concedes in his chair. So we're going to need a 9th and deciding frame to see who will be going through to the semi-finals to join Mark Selby. It's 4 apiece. So Judd Trump has managed to win the penultimate frame to take us to a 9th and deciding one. And that was the all-important yellow to leave Li Hang needing a snooker again after Li had got the snooker he needed. Could have mopped up the colours for a stunning victory. He may yet achieve it, but he's going to have to do it courtesy of a decider, with Ronnie O'Sullivan, of course, still to come very shortly.
The deciding frame
Against Ding Junhui.
Judd
And
Trump
over
to
on
break.
table 2, Kyron Wilson against Jamie Jones for the right to play Mark Selby. Of course, whoever wins this match will play either O'Sullivan or Ding in the semi-finals tomorrow afternoon.
A very hard match, this. Li Hang has played the kind of snooker which is, we haven't seen him all week, we'll kind of know why he's been winning. Great win against Stuart Bingham from behind, but other wins as well. He's a tough match player, and I think this is the best I've seen him play from the TV cameras, certainly for a while, if not ever. Unlucky. Good effort. Problem is where the red has gone. That's okay. In other words, he hasn't stuck it.
Yeah, Li Hang 3-2 down to Lu Honghao in the first round, 1-4-3. 2-0 and 3-2 down to Matt Selt, 1-4-3. And 3-1 down to Stuart Bingham in the previous round, and 1-4-3. Well, that has definitely opened the frame up.
Yeah, terrific shot. It's one of the few really attacking shots that Judd has played. He looks a little bamboozled at where the balls have landed. I don't think Judd can honestly say he's been unlucky, because he's had quite a few results tonight. A couple of flukes here or there, but this time I don't know if he's on a colour. Well, that, as you can see, he's not available. Now, if there's no pot up the other end of the table, he's going to have to find a good safety route, especially with the red up there.
Judd Trump, 1.
Well, up in the top left corner was a pretty safe area. Now he's put the ball back in Li Hang's court. He's got to find a safety shot himself, which is not going to be easy.
He's competed very well in that department this afternoon, Li, as he has in all departments, but no more important safety duel than the one coming up now, with the state of the table as it is.
Red to the left corner, or a safety shot which could take the cue ball down somewhere near the pink, that side of the table. That's what he's playing here. Good weight on it. Quite tense, actually. As I say, both players have really could not have put any more into this match to have got to this stage.
One.
Very good. Very good.
He's knocked in some seriously good long balls today, Li Hang. None better than that one.
Well, he's got his chance now
5.
in the decider against the world number 1. How many can he make? Just a couple of times towards the end of frames he's faltered a little bit, overthinking situations. You can't let that happen here.
6. $11.
Now that's got the black in play, and the red to land on it. Perfectly, what a chance this is.
$12. $19. $20.
Bolton, he gets a good angle on the blue here. He hasn't got it, I'm afraid. He's short, he's fuming that he hasn't got that shot right. His next red from there is not so easy. The other side of the blue, simple. Go up and down the table here. Don't want to hit anything on the way through.
$25.
No, that's the problem. Look where he's finished. Horrible. Okay, he's on the red, and it's a straightforward shot, but it's not an easy shot. What he's got to do is run it in. The problem is he shouldn't be there. When you can start playing tricks, you think this is the shot that could win me the match, and all of a sudden it becomes more difficult.
$26.
Composed.
There was plenty of pressure on that pot. Tough when you're queuing from the side rail. But he passed the test, and the break goes on, 25 in front. Kyron Wilson and Jamie Jones have just got underway on table 2, by the way. Of course, we're running a bit late. Watch that match on the Eurosport app.
34.
O'Sullivan and Ding to follow at the conclusion of this match here on table 1, of course.
$41.
Bit of a stretch on this next shot, I think. Entirely comfortable, but should be okay.
$42.
Doesn't miss many easy shots, Lee Hang. quite done enough yet. To avoid the 2 reds below the black. Didn't play to hit them. He really did not play to hit them.
49.
Didn't really need to get them out into play. So I can just sense a bit of tension in there now, as we've seen already in this match, just at the point where matches are won and lost, frames are won and lost. Just the question of getting the right shot played at the right time. Now he's starting to think about what a good victory this would be. And this is a very difficult pot if he goes for this. Goodness me. I can't believe he's going to play this. He doesn't really want that red moved. Amazing what the mind can do, isn't it? Play. He's obviously got through a lot of close matches. This would be surpass anything else he's achieved all week, wouldn't it?
They hang 49.
So in the end, deciding wisely, surely, to protect what he's got, which is a 48-point lead. Still 83 on the table, though. What a battle it's been. 3 hours of thoroughly engrossing snooker. Match remains in the balance.
Good shot of Judd trumps to get the black in play straight away. That's really a good safety shot that he's played there. This time he somehow puts the black safe again. Was one of the more tense shots he's hit. He got nowhere near it. Trump must read the signs that there is still some sort of a chance for him in this match. His opponent is starting to get at the wobbles a little bit.
1.
Great kiss, not really. Who's that?
Oh.
Oh, on the blue. Sure what he can do here that's beneficial. I think the reds are all covering each other. Getting the black into play a second time might be a good idea.
Judd Trump 4.
That's what he's tried to do. Not bad. Table's not too bad now for a possible comeback for Judd. I think that's what he'd be. If he's engaging in a long safety exchange, he wants to ensure that all the balls stay in play. High value colours. Doesn't want them tied up, otherwise the chance won't amount to anything. Lee Hang is looking to ruin the table as long as he can here. Good shot though. Very valuable lead of 44 points, but not guaranteed to winning the match. Some good safety been played here, and to be honest, the whole match, both players, that side of their game, I think, has been very good. I mean, the job that Lee Hang has got to keep Judd Trump out of all people for this match has been going, what, over 3 hours, and in the main, he's given him very few chances, except off his break-off a couple of times.
Yeah, Trump only failed with one of his safety shots against Mark Williams last evening, succeeded with 41, and today he's only been unsuccessful with 4 out of 59, but Lee has certainly competed with him in that regard. We're barely halfway through quarterfinals day, of course. One match just underway, Karen Wilson and Jamie Jones, and one still to begin, but it follows this battle. Ronnie O'Sullivan against Ding Junhui. The winner of that plays the winner of this in the semi-finals tomorrow afternoon. The second semi, of course, coming up from 7 o'clock tomorrow evening when we go up to the best of 11 frames, the first to 6, with a chance to contest the Stephen Hendry Trophy on Sunday.
Pretty good, isn't it? Got the blue in play. I don't know what the shot is here. With the red near the pocket, he can't play any sort of a plant to get near it. He's in a bit of trouble, you know. Judd played a good shot there. Buff of the cheeks from Lee Hang. Just going to try and get the cue ball up the table and hope that all the balls that are in the way now are in the way for Judd's next shot.
Foul. Judd Trump, 5.
Yeah, well, of all the things you thought could happen there, the blue being knocked in was not on anyone's radar, I don't think. How's he done that?
Foul. Judd.
At least he's left Trump hampered by the looks of things on the red to the right corner. Looking to the left side of the table. Can he get back in?
He's hoping that that's a big pocket either in or off the other red. Oh, goodness me. He's hit the one place where he's neither potted it directly or off the other ball. Could be end of match.
Well, the body language says it all. Trump cannot believe that that stayed out. Look at what he's left with Li Hang already enjoying a 45-point lead.
1.
What a chance now for the underdog to complete perhaps the biggest win of his life. He's been in a semi-final before at the China Championship, but to beat Judd Trump, the world #1 who has been so successful in the home nations, that would be extra special.
Tried an awful lot there. He's absolutely made sure of that green.
4.
You know that he's become a little nervy already a couple of times in this match on important shots late in the frame. Really, you'd think that he would be able to get over the line this time.
Five.
He wants this black if he plays the black, and then one more red. He'll cannon the other red. It's a question of how he does it. Where the balls end up. I don't think he'll be playing it very hard. Just move the red. Well, there's a bit more work to be done here.
12.
Look, says it all. He's got to play one more good shot.
The next red puts him 52 in front with 51 on, but as you can see, he's furious that it's as tricky as it is, and the pressure is at its most extreme now.
I don't think now's the time to be disappointed. If he wants to miss it, I understand it, but he's just going to have to knock this red in and be done with it in this match. Well, he can't roll it because I think the two reds at the bottom of the table might be a plant. In which case, Judd is still in the frame.
And once again, there's no colour in an awkward spot on a cushion to save him if he does miss, and lets Trump back in. A big moment this is in the career of Li Hang. Judd Trump hanging on to his dreams of a third consecutive home nations title this season. And he is going to get another opportunity.
He is, and that was very, very jabby. I understood the problem. You know, he had to play it one way, he had to play it that way. But you could feel the tension mounting shot by shot as the winning line grew closer. He just couldn't get over the line.
Well, I'm sure Judd Trump, when he rattled the red just now into the left top pocket, thought his hopes of winning the Scottish Open for the first time since the Home Nations series began had gone, but he is still just about in with a shout.
He's got to go in. One thing that Lee Hang can breathe a sigh of relief is now the balls are not very nice for a clearance anyway. Counter clearance would be tough from here.
Oh, so close.
Getting very uncomfortable, isn't it, if you're the sport of Lee Hang here. He's getting those moments that snooker players, anyone watching who plays this game, whether for fun or professionally, will know what he's going through. Getting over the line can be very difficult if it means so much to you.
One.
I think that's where he is right now.
So 50 the difference. Trump with colour to come, 51 left thereafter. And match ball has eluded Lee Hang for the second time. Don't mind seeing the yellow going safe.
6.
No, I'm sure what he played there, he certainly didn't want to hit the yellow. Whether he thought he'd cannon the two reds, whether he thought he'd play on the bottom red, he finished in between all of it. Now what? Might be able to drop the cue ball in behind the yellow here.
Judd Trump, 6.
Sure about that shot. Lee Hang has got absolute guarantees with the red and the yellow being there. He's got a free shot at a red.
If he can slot a red in, Trump would need 2 snookers.
Just a little bit less pressure on this shot than some of the others. Where the ball's now on.
Yeah, 45 the difference, so this red to put him 46 in front with 43 on, but if he gets the red, there's surely going to be a colour to follow.
Wow. Didn't go for it. How about that? Maybe he felt that the cue ball was going to hit the other red, bring it out into play. He'd love the snooker and the 2 reds in the middle of the table. I'm not sure he's got it.
This match coming to a dramatic climax. Kyron Wilson's match with Jamie Jones just getting underway. Jones has the first frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan and Ding Junhui waiting patiently in the wings to take to this table 1 at the conclusion of this epic battle, which has now been going nearly 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Not a battle on these 2 open reds here, because obviously if Judd could pop them both, then it all comes down to the red by the yellow and it could get very interesting. He's played so well, Lee Hang, but there's definitely an issue with him getting over the line. It's a good shot. else, but he needs a colour. He absolutely needs a colour. Or else Li Hang won't have to pot match ball. It'll be awarded to him almost. Kind of would be almost a fitting way for this match to end, I think. Judd, if he pots this, he's still in there. It has to go in. Cube was not a million miles away from the middle pocket.
So Trump won.
And he's gone in the middle pocket, and that is that.
Judd Trump concedes, and his wonderful run of success in the home nations is over. The English and Northern Ireland Open champion cannot add the third leg of this series. What a victory for Li Hang. My goodness, did he earn it. Blood, sweat and tears in the end, but he's knocked out the world number 1 by 5 frames to 4. Well, no wonder that he's puffing out his cheek, shaking his head. That got decidedly edgy at the end, but with Judd Trump missing the black and then going in off, it was all over for the world number 1. A fantastic victory, though, for Li Hang.